Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving holiday. And if you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you had a good week regardless. Uh, this is Panda Manners signing in once again for the next installment, chapter, session, whatever you want to call this crazy thing that this is, of my No Skip Mindustry challenge. Just to recap here very briefly, for anyone that is not familiar with it. What do I mean by no skip Mindustry? That Mindustry is a kind of thing that is kind of like a factory game where you have to mine resources and supply them to turrets and stuff. Turrets and stuff being very useful because each section of the game is you're playing it in kind of like these stages where there will be waves of enemies that go to attack you, and throughout that you can skip to those next waves appropriately. That is not what I'm talking about. You will definitely be seeing me doing a lot of that for a multitude of reasons, not the least of which being if I didn't do that, each map would probably take at least twice as long, and they'd already take long enough as it is. As anyone that's been watching up to this point can probably tell you. Apologies for that if that is the annoying to anyone. I try to go as fast as I can. I'm sure many people can probably go a lot faster. Since the beginning, I've never pretended to be like a grandmaster of Mindustry or even close to it. I'm just like a regular average guy. So what do I do mean then is in between doing those maps there is a planetary map, and normally you would skip from campaign map to campaign map because those are the ones that actually unlock everything, and the maps in between there is just these like randomized maps that you can just kind of do optionally if you feel like it. As I'm going through here, and you will see when I start, you will see that the restriction is that I cannot skip over any territories. When I am attacking a territory, it has to be an adjacent territory to one that I already control. Which means if the next campaign map is 5 sectors away, then I'm going to be capturing 5 sectors to get all the way there. If for any reason I lose a map in the middle of those, to the point where it creates 2 contiguous controlled sector territories, the one that I have to take control of and attack from is going to be the one that includes the Ground Zero map. Ground Zero map is the very first one you start off with, so I'm counting that as kind of the headquarters, if you will, right? The one that I have to base everything off from. If I am in the middle of capturing a territory when it happens, I can go ahead and finish capturing that. It is just the process of attacking a territory or starting that attack that has to come from an adjacent territory only, which does also mean that any resources I am taking into that new fight is going to be largely based off of whichever map I am coming off from, which does lead to its own fair share of challenges as well. But for the most part, that pretty well sums everything up. Hope everyone is having a good time. I don't think there's really much else to really be said, actually. Still been trying to get stuff up on YouTube as quickly as I can. As you probably already well aware, you know, life. Gotta keep up with everything there. So, wish I could do more, but I do what I can. So, without further ado, let's get in here. So, as I was saying earlier, has to be adjacent for me to attack something. And as I was mentioning earlier, last week, after finally capturing the tar fields and assault flats, the next one, and Stain Mountains, had a very productive day last week. Three campaign missions Far cry from the long slog that it was getting to the craters, windswept islands, and biomass synthesis facility, for sure. That being said, the very next one I'm definitely going to be going after and is going to be this one, the Extraction Outpost. So, before I get started with that, there's a couple things I'm definitely going to want to do to kind of prepare as much as I can, because the next one is going to be a low, oh my goodness, lost for words here, a low, difficulty. Low difficulty map. With it being a low difficulty map, that does mean most likely it is not going to have very many resources available on it, especially not anything like thorium, probably not titanium, which is a lot of the resources that is used on a lot of things we have. So, the main thing that I'm going to be wanting to do with that is redirecting this right here in the hopes that I can at least make some metaglass. I won't be able to make any graphite, unfortunately, because I do not believe this map has any coal. I did notice it looks like... No, that is not oil. That's just a random thing. Okay. The main thing I'm going to want to be doing here then is getting some power generation going. Now, I don't have... Can't get graphite or silicon, so it's going to be limited to combustion generators, unfortunately. Which requires coal, that's right. I don't know if I'll be able to do anything, actually. Because I can't build solar panels either, because I would take silicon. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do to make power on this map, actually. Not without resources that are not available on this map. Okay. So if that is the case, then the only thing I can really think of at this point then is just hit up the next map. It's really, I think that's really going to be about all I can do. Yeah. Okay, well that changes things. Well, I guess it's a good thing that this next map is going to be low difficulty. That's all I'm going to say. Because this is going to be rough. I would make a custom thing for this. But I don't think there's even anything that really would be worth doing. You know, just as an experiment. So I want to see what happens here. I don't know if this is going to work. It might not. Mainly just curious if it will. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, great. And that is going to save some mines, just like how the original blueprint used to be. And see if that forces it to start off with some copper. I doubt it, but we'll see. It does not. Okay. It was worth a try. Was worth a try. Okay. So. Let's get some resources going then. We do have coal. That's a very good sign. Now, do we have titanium, though? Does not appear that we have titanium, which isn't really that big of a surprise. I was hoping for it, but realistically, I didn't really think it would. Again, just not with it being a low difficulty. I was hoping that there might at least be scrap available. Because with scrap, of course, then I could turn that scrap potentially into titanium, but again, it does not appear that there will be any such luck with that either. So, all that's left is just to start making some defenses and whatnot. So the only place they're coming from is going to be here. So you have to come through here. This is deep water. Based on all of that, I am kind of doubting that this is going to be a ground map. This might be a mostly air attack, just because that's going to make it almost inaccessible to ground. Like they'll be able to go around here in this little corner here, but that's about it. So get copper and stuff going. I need to move that up one. Go. And just enough copper for that. Perfect. Okay. So that takes care of that. Now I'm going to start getting some other resources going here. Okay, so was I right? Is this going to be air or is this going to be ground? Huh, I'm actually a little surprised. It is going to be Mostly ground. I'm sure there is going to be some air coming up throughout it, but... Oh, I guess that was shallow enough. Huh. I stand corrected. I thought for sure that was deep water. It was not. It was not. But that does not, however, change what we need to do next. Which is massively increase the amount of copper being produced. Hello, Maybe Coffee? Mame Coffee? Not quite sure how you're supposed to pronounce that. But welcome nonetheless. I don't promise I will play super great, but I will at least try. Come on, get off of that. Oh, it's alright. As some other people have said before, you being able to speak anything of a second language is already far and beyond anything I have ever been able to do. I've actually tried to learn a second language primarily because it was a required thing going through middle slash mostly high school. I could not do it for the life of me. I could not, so my hat is off to anyone that's able to learn a second language, because it's definitely more than I was ever able to do. Absolutely more. Alright. There we go. And start getting some more lead. Need more lead in our resource diet. Right. Now is that out of the way? Time to get some graphite going. Graphite. There it is. Going to have to replace all of those with regular copper. No. If you mean in regards to second language, no. That is a ship that has sailed quite a long time ago. I have. In fact, there was even a time period there where I had some, so the other language was Spanish I was trying to learn. There was even a group of people that went to the church that I went to there at the same time. Whole group of people that all spoke Spanish, and they'd do worship songs and stuff in Spanish and do like Spanish translations. So like doing English and Spanish at the same time. Even that didn't help. Like even just hearing it like every week, like twice a week, still did not help. I don't know what it is with that, but I just could not do it. Like I learned several words and stuff, but it just never clicked, no matter what I did. So but that's alright. As I came to find out later on, English is such a crazy language as it is already that you know, I don't really need a second language to be confounded with with semantics and whatnot. I struggle sometimes with English as it is. You know? Especially, there was this thing in high school that we had to do. It was like this language sentence breakdown something or another. Like you had to take a sentence and break it down into, like, which one's the noun in it, which one's the pronoun, which one's the adverb, and like break that into this like weird drawing diagram thing, and I was horrible with those. Which was funny because I was always great at like spelling and seeing like, you know, something slightly wrong like grammar wise and stuff, but just some reason or another, just like converting that into like visual, I just couldn't. That was beyond my abilities. Now, if you're referring to helping me in Mindustry, on the other hand, not really. I mean, there is probably a few things that is going to be coming up that technically I probably could use some assistance with, potentially, but at this point it's kind of gotten to the point where I've done most of it by myself already, to the point where I don't know if I'd really feel right, you know, having assistance at this point, if that makes any sense. Like I've already done so much of it by myself already that at this point, like, caving and having a second person helping me with stuff would kind of lessen that, if that makes any sense. So if it comes down to it where like I'm like, you know, no, this is absolutely like not happening unless I have a second person, you know, then sure, maybe. But despite thinking I reached that point a couple times, I have not. So at this point, I'm more just kind of interested in seeing how far I can actually take it, you know. Okay, so I got graphite going. So I can now upgrade these. It's definitely something I want to do. These upgraded too. Okay. So next up, silicon, which requires power. So combustion generators is actually going to be the next thing then. So where's a nice spot here? There we go. So that'll be where the silicon goes. For power, let's put that... Yeah, this looks good. I actually forgot to tag this. That's going to be Steam, and I guess I should probably add a power tag, actually. There we go. There we go. And all that's left with that is overflow gates. We're going to want to make metaglass as well. So I'm going to have to redo all of the conveyors on this too. So once I get that situated, that'll be right there. Okay. This does not look right, though. That is in there. Then this is the other sand. Right, because this is only 2 inputs and this should be 3. That's why this doesn't look right. Okay. So this already has an output going this way. So actually, that should be that way, and this should be that way. Yeah, there we go. Now to redo all of this. Okay, and last but not least, sand. That's gonna need sand too, so let's just go ahead and get that started now. May as well. Go. So happens this is lead right here. Alright, how's this doing? I'd say it's doing fine. Hello, Mindustry. Okay. I like your name. Any particular reason why it's, dusty? Okay, so we got power going. Power there. Right, sand. There we go. Just makes for a less confusing nickname. Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna need a third line here. Probably a fourth as well, actually. Let's see how that does it. Alan, welcome back. I hope you all had a good Thanksgiving, or whichever holidays you may or may not observe during this time of merry feasting. So today we are going after extraction outposts. The biggest problem that is going to be running into, though, is the nearest one is the Ground Zero map, right? But it's not like I can transfer any resources from map to map yet, right? That's the one that I need extraction outpost for. So until then, going off of Ground Zero map, Ground Zero has no coal at all, and having no coal and no starting graphite or silicon, there's no way to like make any power generation of any kind. So yeah, I had to go into this map with nothing but copper, lead, and scrap, and that's it. So yeah. Okay. Okay, got some power generating going, got silicon going, got metaglass going, some more coal here. We have access to water extractors. I don't see any water on this map. Let me double check actually. No, there should be water somewhere on this map. Actually, there's a nice sandy area down here. Yeah, there we go. Water is all down here. Alan, is that a Santa Thulu? This might work, but I'm gonna have to put up some defenses around it to truly make it work. Which should be fine. The flying cats. That or it's supposed to be tails. I'm not quite sure. That requires titanium, so can't build lancers. I can build some arcs, however. That'll at least get something a little beefier out there. Okay, what else can I make? Got metaglass being made, got graphite being made, got silicon being made, lead's getting mined, copper's getting mined. Can I upgrade the core yet? No, need more silicon. Needs more silicon. So, let's do this then. that. I can make some lead here, though. Let's do that. Don't want to leave that one out of all the fun. And that brings it up to the rest of the defenses. Get some scatters up. This isn't really going to be a dedicated defense line or anything like that, just something in case they decide to go after the mines, but this is all I'm going to put over here, though. Because hopefully the idea is that they just will leave this corner of the map alone. I'm a little leery of rushing the waves on this one specifically because the next map is Extraction Outpost. Extraction Outpost is an enemy base, which means even if I do complete the waves here, it is very possible that it will just re-attack the map and keep the waves going even longer. Hey, you know, I'm not complaining. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I really wasn't paying attention either. I know, I'm a horrible streamer, I know. I don't even know when people are actually following, I know. It's just the worst. But, you know. Right now I'm more doing this for fun, you know, more so than anything else, so. Okay. Steam generators. I should have access to steam generators now, which I do. Great. I believe I had a thing for steam already. Yeah, here we go. I need to mark this as steam, mark it as power. All right. Replace these with copper again, because I am too lazy to make a new schematic just for non-titanium. Yes, steam power. I couldn't do this at the start because, like I said, this map, I had to start this map off with literally nothing except for the very most basic resources that you start off on the ground zero map with, which being copper, lead, and scrap, and that's it. And steam generators require silicon graphite, both of which require coal, which ground zero has none of. It also requires metaglass as well for the water as well, which obviously I didn't have that either, because production of that requires power, which again goes back to needing coal of some kind. But now that I actually have the required things there of that, now I can actually, you know, take advantage of that. Speaking of taking advantage of, let's redo this. Because I would love to get these actually powered by water. There's the bridge conveyor. Let's get there. This over there. There we go, that gets set with water. Okay, steam generators are up and running. So now I can take out these horrible, horrible, obsolete combustion generators. Like, don't get me wrong, combustion generators are great for if there's nothing else available, but they're really only great if there's nothing else available. Like, the problem isn't in how much it generates either, honestly, is what I found. Like that is part of it. Like, this only creates 60, this creates 330, which is obviously way, way more. But with the introduction of water, it uses up so much less coal. Like, so much less coal. That is just, like, really just wildly inefficient. Okay, that takes care of that. That should be plenty of power now. I can't make large batteries, but I can make regular ones, which will have to be enough. Might as well just change the battery. Yeah. The problem I've always had with that, though, is I don't know if this is just like how it's like something to do with how it's designed or coded or whatnot, but every time I've ever tried to do that, it's always been a little weird with like having it actually be fully powered, if that makes any sense. Like, oh, what is oh, it's not connected anymore, that's why. There we go. Like, I think it has to do with the fact that it's just, technically speaking, it takes more than one mine to keep a combustion generator going. So, like, just getting the power started and going, yeah, it definitely works for that, especially if you have some batteries to keep it more evenly spaced, but still, it's not nearly as good as having a proper, even just a steam generator going. Okay. Let's get some menders going. There, that ought to take care of that. Okay, so here's my last problem that I am going to have to solve. 2 copper drills. Gotcha. Yeah, I just always found it easier just to set up an actual thing. Speaking of setting up actual things, I just realized my coal is like ridiculously backlogged right now. Which technically it is being offloaded this way. It's being turned into silicon. Ooh, I should have enough to upgrade the core. Yes, I do. Awesome. Let's get that done then. Okay. We need another thing of silicon. Or another silicon smelter block, and this should be the perfect place to put it. There we go. Actually, in an effort to not have to redo all of the changing the conveyor belts, let's just copy this one. There we go. Okay, and bring this over. Bring this around. Yeah, let's go ahead and put another line there. I just won't worry about getting water over to there. I've only got one more wave before the current set of waves ends. I'm trying to get it up to a point where I'll be ready to immediately jump into the next map once the set of waves is over. So I don't want to leave waiting to take out the extraction outpost too long. Simply because, honestly, the turrets and everything that I have available at my disposal here on this map without the titanium being available really isn't all that great. It would be better if I have... Yeah, let's get some more graphite production going. So let's do another overflow gate here. And 2 mines there to make use of that. With the power of this graphite combined, I can do some hails. Yeah. Junction. Overflow gate. Okay, there we go. Then as soon as those get loaded up, so that way they can be included in the auto defense calculations, we'll get started on the next map, where the very first order of business is going to be to find a source of titanium. Now, with this being a high threat base, titanium should absolutely be available on the map. It's just going to be a matter of finding it and mining it as quickly as I can. Because here's the thing with the extraction outpost base, right? If anyone else is up to the extraction outpost map, it says it's a high difficulty map, but it's actually not that hard of a map. It just goes back to what I was saying way back on the very first enemy base map that I attacked. You just have to take a look at the enemy base layout, because it actually has some major flaws in how its defenses are laid out. The only thing is, with the new command system, I really don't know how much I'll really be able to take advantage of that. I really don't. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Just doing a flick it there. Yeah, it's going to be interesting trying to move the Novas around to get it to properly, like, do everything. In theory, it should be fine, but it makes Jesus easier. Yeah, it does. Definitely does. Alright, copper is what we were missing. More so anything else, it is copper. Gotta get the copper. Could use more lead too, actually, now that I think about it. That's gonna be too much for that line, actually. Okay, anywhere else? Overload that line anymore. It's already pretty overloaded. This one looks fairly... in fact, actually... I might want to just do another line. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that an intermediate player probably is already going to be fully aware of that to begin with, but, you know. There we go. There we go. Did not want it interfering with this one. Okay, 2.2k. Is there anywhere else I can grab more copper out of? There is more copper lines here. Hmm. The amount of copper I'd wind up having to use to actually pull it all the way out from there, though, it might be better off leaving that for right now. That is kind of the other half of that equation, honestly, is, you know, how much copper am I really willing to spend to increase the copper production. I mean, normally I don't have a problem with that as well. You know, higher production is generally always going to be better, but in this particular case, where I'm trying to hit, I want to get up to 4,000. I feel 4,000. I mean, the more the better, obviously. I just feel like in this particular case, 4,000 should be enough. Mine everything! Yes. Indeed. That is ideally what I would be doing, yes. Ideally, that would be what I'm doing, but... not always how that goes. Okay. 3.6. It's going up. Up, up, and away. How's this line doing? Overflow. Let's move this line. Over there. Relieve some stress. Trying to just keep building so I don't get comfortable and lose the hard maps. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually something that try to just keep building. That's actually something that I kind of... It's a bit of a mindset shift that I realized back when I played Supreme Commander. Great game, by the way, if you've never heard of it. Really, not the second one. I mean, the second one is fine, don't get me wrong, but they tried to make it more... what's the term? More friendly to people that aren't normally into RTS games, if that makes sense, right? Which, of course, comes with its own fair share of good things and bad things, but as one person did a really great kind of breakdown of it, it really did take out a lot of the things that made Supreme Commander, the first one, good in the first place. But anyway, getting off that, Supreme Commander, the first one, one of the things that's a really good tip for anyone that's playing that particular game, or really RTSs in general like that, Command Conquer, Supreme Commander, Warcraft, not World of Warcraft, but the actual RTS Warcraft games, stuff like that, is don't get comfortable with the amounts that you have, right? If you have 200 units, that's never enough. Build 300. If you have 300 units, build 400. You have tier 1 units set up and good to go, make tier 2. You already have tier 2 going, make tier 3. You know, you have the max tier stuff, make more of the max tier stuff. You know, don't just sit there and be comfortable with like the amount of a base that you have, right? Like you always want to be building more. And in Mindustry, obviously it's limited a little bit because, you know, the map size is only going to be so big to begin with. But there is still a little bit of truth to it still, even in Mindustry. Alright, let's get this going. I believe I had a no titanium base layout set up already. Right, but I did not have it set up with the ground factories. That's right. I need to fix that. Did not realize. Okay, so ground or air? Let's do air. Oh, can I even do? No, no, I can't. Unloaders take titanium. That's right. All right. Well, that is. I can still at least have it, actually, I suppose. Nah, let's take it as it is. Alright, fashion outpost. We'll at least get started with this, at least. So. Alright, I need to delete that. Schematics. There it is. Yep. Okay. Now let's get this started. Okay. There's titanium right there, and it is well outside of reach of the base defenses, which is good. Where is the core? It's been a while since I've done this map. Here we go. Here's the core. Right, so this is what I was saying earlier, though. Fuses. Get some novas or daggers. Actually, yeah, daggers even might be enough for this. There's really nothing at all to prevent someone from going through this way. Okay. Here we go. Here's some titanium that'll be a little bit closer. So the last thing then is, which way is the enemy going to be coming? It won't be going through walls, so that blocks off this, that blocks off this, blocks off that. They'll be taking the shortest route. So they're going to be going this way, and then going through here. Okay, so here is where we're going to want to concentrate our defenses then. Gotcha. Let's see here, lead. Still need to get our basic resource mining going. Yep, that's good. Connects there, that connects there. Connects there. We'll have this one going in here. Oh, actually, that will be more efficient going from there. Then I'll get copper going. Then this time I'll try not to forget to actually get the steam generator started. uh, uh, yeah, that's okay. Okay. Okay, and as soon as the coal gets in there, that should... There we go. Okay, next. Titanium. Get as much as we can. Right there. I'll supply to those two, that. Then run this back here. Then I can run this back here. That should be all of them. Oh, by the way, so I've been thinking a lot about the next game to play after this. I know it's still going to be a while, especially if I'm going to be doing the Aircur or Serpulo or the other planet. If I'm going to be doing the other planet after this, I realize it's going to be a while still before I'm actually finished playing through this here. But I have been thinking about like which game I would like to actually play on stream next here, and I think I have an answer. There is a certain set of games that I consider there might be some debate on like whether they're like the greatest games of all time or whatnot, or maybe not even of all time, but just like core industry standard setters, you know, like those games that when you see it, like, you know, like that is the bar that has now been set, you know. And I know it's not exactly a popular genre these days, for the most part, but there is one, space sims, right? Like Wing Commander is the really, really big, like, name one that I'm always hearing, right? Um, but also like Freelancer. Trying to think of some. Lost Fleet, technically, would be another one. Or epic game-changing titles. Yeah, basically, you know, like the games that really should be like setting the standard for certain things, you know, and there's one title in particular that it's a little late for the yeah, kind of like Warcraft 2, or Command and Conquer. Like the first Command and Conquer, when that came out, like just the quality of it and everything, really like set the stage for things. Oh, I have messed this up horribly. So there was this one title that I played back when I was a kid that, while it may not have necessarily made as big of a splash uh, as it should have, in my mind, right? Uh, it's one of those titles that I feel like, when it comes to space sims, like it really should have been something that really set the bar. And I thought that it might be a lot of fun to finally kind of do something that I'd been meaning to do for a long time, and that is actually go back and actually play that again. But not just play it again, but also there was a mod that was made for it that it wasn't designed to change like the gameplay itself, but it was just strictly to update the graphics to more modern graphics there. And I'd been meaning to play it again with that for the longest time. I just never got around to it, like a lot of things. Uh, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Free Space 2. Um, technically, Free Space, the Descent Free Space, the Great War 2 as Descent Free Space, the Great War as well, technically, but more so, I thought it would be good to just go ahead and jump straight into the second one, because really that's the one that really like went above and beyond. I mean, the first one is great by all measures as well, but if there's one that like I can point to and go like, hey, people that are making space sims, this is the game you should really be looking at as an example of how to do things, it was Free Space 2. So I've been thinking it would be a lot of fun to go back and actually play that on stream. Obviously, it's too late at this point as far as like it's not like me playing it now is going to like bring attention to the game company that was making it, and it might bolster them being able to do a sequel or something. It's definitely far too late for that. The people that made that game, this is a game that was made back when dial-up was still a common the common internet connection type. So it's definitely not going to be anything like that. This has no power. Why does this have no power? Because it's not actually connected to anything this entire time. There we go. That was almost not good. So anyway, yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Maybe that might be what I'll want to jump into next, is just kind of, hopping into that and kind of showing in updated graphics, right, to make it a little more interesting, showing what that was all about. I thought that'd be a lot of fun. Okay, titanium is here. Alright. Get this updated. Go. Okay. So next, It's time to make some units. So for this map, we're just going to need Novas. Ideally, that is all we are going to need, but we are going to need silicon. So let's get a silicon block going. And some laser drills. And second set of laser drills down here, which will require its own set of mechanical pumps. Go. Then laser drills. Pumps. Router there. Bridge conduit there, and there. Overflow gate. There we go. Okay. All that's left now is to hook up the power. Go. Silicon's being made. So now, ground factory. Lots of ground factories. Nova, Nova, Nova. Okay. Lead and titanium. Already got the lead coming in here, so we can just kind of divert some of that. Okay. And all that's left is to get lead. And there we go. I apologize for the frequent pausing, by the way. It's just, once again, this being an enemy-based map, timing really is of the essence, to try and, get attacks going and get the enemy base blown up as quickly as possible, because eventually, they are just going to start sending waves that are so strong that it's impossible to defend against unless you go as quickly as you can. So there's unfortunately not really any getting around having to pause, just get everything going as quickly as possible. So let's do, I think let's should be pretty fine. So let's do an underflow gate here in this case. And router, router. There we go. That should get buildings going. There we go. Alright, now to make sure that defenses are actually still holding. Let's see. What else can we do here? I could get more. How's power doing? Power's doing alright. Let's get a large battery in here, though. Okay. And salvos would not be a bad idea. Yeah. I don't remember what the button is, though. I know G is to select all units. I don't remember what the button is to select all factories as well. But I know selecting a rally point, you just do that. But here's the thing that I'm not sure about, though, is how do you have the units use their alternate modes? That's the thing that I'm not sure about. Because I know with the polys, which actually I should start making some of those, actually. Because polys are amazing and should be built every time you have a chance. Yes? let's see here. Right? Polly's by wave 7 always, yes. Alright, I'm gonna have to jury rig this a little bit to make this actually work right. So basically, you know, business as usual. There we go. And I need graphite for there. There's I hate wiring it up all the way from there, but I don't think I'm really gonna have a choice. Okay, so this is still getting backed up. Okay. So, another overflow gate there. I'm not going to use the schematic design actually because I don't need that many graphite. This takes just coal and water, that's right. So let's do this. This will be perfect. Bring it down. And how do I want to do this? Perfect. Excuse me. Okay, and doop, 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 and doop. Okay. Yeah, look at that go. Okay. I'm going to take a wild guess and say, yeah, it's probably the router doing funny things. Funny, funny things. No? Okay, so... let's go with... distributor. Not quite what I was wanting to use, but that should work. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that probably would have worked too. Yeah. You are correct. Alright, I need you guys to go there. And I need to fix getting copper to those. Somehow. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Sorted, sorter. Set that to coal. Have to pick that up manually. That should work. Right, onward, my minions. To glory, or horrible death by fuse. One or the other. Nope. Nope, don't shoot it. Actually, I probably could have made some daggers here too, actually, at this rate. But this is actually working out pretty well. Ah! Bad parallax. Bad. Yeah, there we go. That actually worked out a lot better than what I thought it was. Okay, so you can still kind of do stuff like that. You just need to be a little more careful on where you're, like, telling the units to go to. But that's alright. Okay, and no enemy bases here. Perfect. Alright, launch pad. There we go. Yeah, goal, yeah. Indeed. Goal has been accomplished. Well, this one, anyway. At least, a big goal, too, actually. Now that we have extraction outposts, that actually opens up a lot of things, actually. I can, actually. I do have Plastanium unlocked. Yeah, there's actually been a couple points in time where I was actually surprised at what you can unlock before you normally would think you're actually able to unlock it, right? Like, for example, the most recent thing, as soon as I captured Biomass Synthesis Facility, which is basically at the long line of here, so, you know, Frozen Forest, where's the other one? Frozen Forest was captured, then the Craters was captured, then Windswept Islands, and then Biomass Synthesis Facility. So that's it, right? Like, those were the only ones I had captured. Once I captured Biomass Synthesis Facility, which you, of course, have to capture in order to unlock additive Reconstructor, it actually unlocked the multiplicative Reconstructor as well at the same time. Was not expecting that. Nice little bio oil plutonium schematic. Do you want to? Nah, I'm good. I've been I've been just kind of doing stuff as I go along, honestly. Oh, nice. I finally have RTG generator unlocked. That'll be useful. That will definitely be useful. Phase conduit, nice. Our solar block, also nice. Let's see, that's right. So I already have Stormer unlocked. That's good. Meltdown. Don't have enough to unlock that yet. Go ahead and unlock Cyclone. Paraturret. I think at this point, just basically unlock anything I can. Start work on an impact reactor. Actually, no, battery diode. I'll leave these for last. I never mess with these. Okay. So, what to do now? Well, the first thing I'm going to do now is start sending resources. What kind of resources? All of the resources. And to where? I'm going to actually try and do what I did on the first one. It did seem to work pretty well overall. It's going to take a little bit to get set up, but which is going to go a lot faster if I actually have the polys to help out with this, but yeah. So this is what I was saying earlier, though, just really quick side tangent. If you select the polys, you actually have this command mode here at the bottom right, to where you can actually tell me, hey, I want you to move, I want you to repair, I want you to rebuild, assist player, I want you to mine. You actually have, these different things. You can tell them, like, what mode you want them to go into. And when I saw that, I thought that it was going to have that same option with the Novas, because the Novas, of course, you have the ability to fly, right? It doesn't give that. It doesn't even give the option of whether to, move or whatever else, right? It's just no options at all. So I thought that was really weird, honestly. 5 cultivators per spore press in the plutonium factory. Yeah, I will probably need to remake a schematic for that, but I'm not quite at the place where I can start, like, actually doing stuff like that. Actually, speaking of which, I want you to assist player. I got some cleaning up to do. I don't believe so. But I can actually test that right now, actually. Nope. They just sit there. So, yeah, like, that's what I was saying. Like, it seems like the only way of actually uh, the only way that I found of actually like properly using their flight mode is to kind of do this, like just basically go into one and just kind of do it like one at a time. Because once they go into their flight mode, it's fine. I need to go. So once they're in their flight mode, they will stay in their flight mode for as long as it takes to actually get to, uh, solid ground again. But as you can see, as soon as they hit a spot where they can land, they'll automatically land and can't can't continue on anymore again. So a little annoying having to do it one at a time like that. Like not gonna lie, a little annoying with that. Especially since that's like the whole like one of the big things of the Novas is the fact that they're supposed to be able to, fly if they need to. That just like the whole usefulness of that just kind of got lost with the update to the new command mode, which is a bit of a shame. These take phase. I don't know if I'll be able to actually redeploy those. Yeah. Let's see. Nope, that's taken over. Take these out. Take that out. Take that out. Don't do that. That. I'll just rebuild those. That's fine. Yeah, maybe next update. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a work in progress. I get the feeling what probably happened, if I had to take a guess, is, it was definitely making it with the new campaign map in mind, or the campaign mode, the new planet in mind, and I get the feeling that that's an ability that's only on the units in here, so I wasn't really thinking of units that are able to temporarily hover when the system was made. So this is kind of one of those cases where it was applied retroactively, and there was some little odds and ends that was done in the retroactive part that it wasn't taking into account. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that's probably most likely what happened with that. Alright. Oh, this actually has the launch cooldown actually listed on it now. That's nice. Alright. Let's get these hooked up. Go and get those hooked up to. Rest of the base, which is going to be down here. I can take these out. There we go. Okay. Okay. All that's left now is, let's see, 1.4. That should be enough. Yeah, that's... Okay, so main resources, copper, lead, metaglass, graphite, titanium, silicon, let me think. Well, I get started with the basic ones first. Starting with copper. Go. Okay, next. Let's move out of the way. Bridge conveyor, conduit, I should say. Right there and right there. There we go. And finally, last but not least, the conveyors. This will be going all the way around to there. Okay. Ground zero. Next, lead. Okay. There we go. One, two, three, four. router. There we go. Okay. Now I get that hooked up to the rest of the go. No, I really need that 2 each, actually. So that's there. Then there we go. Okay. And router. Junction. There. Okay. So that takes care of copper and lead. Next is graphite. No, let's do titanium next. There we go. Try to be a little efficient with like where I'm actually putting those. All right, my number 3. There's those 2. There's those 2, and go. There we go. Let's get those two going. Yeah, really? I'm thinking that really could have been taken care of in just 2 lines, actually. Well. Okay, so that takes care of titanium. So next is going to be graphite. Okay. So, where to put them here? Let's actually put a pneumatic drill there. And yeah, that should be all of it. Actually, graphite block is not going to cut it anymore for this. We need bigger, we need better. We need the multi-press. So, multi-press. There we go. And let's do it from the top. Dip. Okay. Alright. Graphite press block. Maybe I should call it advanced graphite block. Graphite press is fine. And that's going to be graphite. It's going to be... graphite's fine. Alright, but for this... actually going to want to be right this way. That's horrible. Alright. Launch pad. There we go. And we just put a distributor there. That will launch both of those. Okay. And we need more power. I had a feeling that that's what was going to happen. So, let's actually take this opportunity to make a better pyrite setup, actually. I don't have the vault, that's right. For what I have in mind, I'd need the vault for that, so... can I pull it off with a container? Yeah, I think I could actually pull it off with a container, actually. Going to need more coal, however. Hey, there's scrap on this map. Go figure. Coal, lead, sand. Perfect. Alright, so... let's make a container here. Then... going to need 3 inputs. And I believe unloaders should... yes. Then pyrite. There we go. Pyrite array. Alright. That should do it. Okay, time to get this going. Let's just do pneumatic drills for now. It says after all going to be trying to get some power generated, so it might not be a good idea to use too much power to get it going, given that case. Alright, there's coal. I know it looks like spaghetti, but it should be fine. Let's see here. So that's going to need to go this way. It's going to need to go this way. No. should be all of them. Okay, and then sand. Oh, whoops. I actually forgot to, actually have a, thing there. Pirate site, array, rename it same thing, yes, replace it. There we go. Forgot the all-important power node. Okay. That's pirate site going. Now I need titanium, which if I redo this, I should have plenty for. So let's do that. Water, water, water. Water, water. Yep, alright, there we go. That's water to all of them. That's power. All the power in the world. Unlimited power. Or, yeah. Anyway. I should probably be going a lot. Oh, right. Power. Yeah, no wonder that's not going as fast as it could. But that's alright. That is alright. Because next, I'm going to be making cryofluid. There's the input of water. And then for this, I'm going to want the cryofluid going as much as possible. Therefore, this is going to be an underflow gate. That gets the cryofluid going. Okay. Time for one of my favorite generators. The differential generator. I believe I already made one for Did I? I actually never did. Well, let's get that fixed then. Because I actually like having a big, array thing for differential generators to kind of stamp out. The original one I made of this, I actually had 7 of them, but I mean, I kind of downscaled that just a bit down to 5. Okay, so container, and don't really need a full-scaled liquid container, so, or a tank, I mean. So let's bring that down to a container. Then need an unloader. Okay, that takes care of the pyrite. Next, we'll need a thing for the cryofluid. That should take care of the cryofluid. Then entrance for that. Entrance for that. Alright. And I'll just finish that off with a large power node, because that makes sense. Should I? Nah, I'll leave out the solar panels or anything else like that. I probably should put in, like, a battery, though. Let's just do some small batteries. There we go. Just that way it at least has a little bit of a battery there built into it. Alright, differential generator. And that's going to be power. Any other tags I already have set up? No, not really. Okay. Alright, now that that's done, let's get it hooked up. Even if it is technically the wrong way. Oh, well. Now the only question is this actually going to be enough cryofluid? That's the last question. And I'm beginning to suspect it actually will not. So let's fix that. Okay. That's all going full power. Could use a little bit more water though. There we go, that did the trick. That is not actually getting any cryo fluid, however. Why is that not getting any cryo fluid? Because I did a big dump. That's why. There we go. Alright. Now the power issue is solved. That's going full speed. That's going full speed. Excellent. In fact, once that fills, let's make an overflow gate. And send that out too. Yep, there it goes now. Yep. Alright. Actually, it looks like I could double up on that, actually. Eh, it's fine. Alright. So, that takes care of graphite. Metaglass is next. Okay. At least metaglass should be a little easier, honestly. Like, this should be fine to get something set up right here as it is. Okay. Oops. I misjudged the distance. Alright, there we go. Now for some laser drills. Nah. Branch conduit. Branch conduit there. Branch conduit there. Branch conduit there, and branch conduit there. Down there, down there. this around. And there we go. That should be to all of them. Yep. And they all have power. So all that's left now is to get copious amounts of sand. Okay. Alright, I was gonna put a pneumatic drill there. That's right. Forgot about that. Go to there, that can go into there. That can go into there. And I just need to get the kiln blocks up. There we go. That's going. Okay, so copper, lead, metaglass, graphite, titanium. All that is left is silicon. Which honestly might be a little easier to pull off here, actually. Speaking of silicon, I thought that we were already making silicon somewhere. It is being made, but I never actually hooked up the excess to go to the base. That's right. I totally forgot. So that's going to be an overflow gate. Overflow gate. Let's go ahead and get this set up to work out with the graphite while I'm at it. There we go. Okay, so now that I'm actually getting the access to those, oops, I should probably do the same here. Okay, now back to what I was doing. It's right here. Yeah. Yeah, I know you're probably thinking I'm crazy like doing all of those just for a map already complete, but I promise there is a reason, and there is also a good reason why I'm setting everything to ground zero. Alright. Alright, there we go. Now to get all of this out of here. There we go. Okay, that part's taken care of. Now, for a lot of laser drills and a lot of water. going to need a few more of these. Okay. Go. So first off, let's get there and there. Because you can never have enough silicon. Never enough. Okay, there we go. And that's the coal lines hooked up. Now for the sand, or what sand lines I do have set up already. There's one. There's two. There's three. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 10 more laser drills I need. I can do 5 on each side. That'll work. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Not even going to pretend that one line is going to be enough for all of these. Go. Then water. Unless, of course, it's redirecting it somewhere it's not supposed to go. Alright. Now they all got water. They all got water. They all got power. Okay. So, first pair. All the way over here. Second pair. Right here. Third pair. And then last but not least, I feel like I'm missing one. No. I must have just overcounted. Huh. Ah, well. Close enough. Okay. So for this one, launch pad. Launch pad. Launch pad, launch pad. Works better with a vault, but whatever. Close enough. Although I do suppose with the amount that's going in there, let me at least run some of this back. In there. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. And this I can run all the way back. Helps if I put it on the right side, though. Oops. There we go. Okay. Okay, so that is copper, lead, metaglass, graphite, titanium, silicon. All that is left is thorium. And for that, I'm going to need to go to a different map. Namely, this one. I do believe. Should I have thorium? Yeah, here's thorium. Is there any bigger deposits of thorium, though? I don't think this is actually the map I wanted. And there is thorium on this map, but it's not really a huge amount. I don't even have silicon being made on this map. Yeah, let's go to the other one. I know there was another one here. 218? Yeah, here we go. This is the one I wanted. Here it is. So 218. Follow this back. Apparently, built those and never actually hooked them up to anything. Yeah, this is more like it. This is more like it. Let's see, can I think I can make this work, actually. That should hit all 5 of those. This map is actually not generating enough power. I did not realize that. Well, can it be solved? Let's see. Have lead there already. I can turn this oil into coal And here's sand, and there's lead. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just do the same thing. Make another differential generator. That will work. Centrifuge. Okay, and last but not least, the sand, which can get let's put them here. Okay. That takes care of the pyrite. Now I just need a source of titanium, which should not be hard to find. Well, there is technically some titanium all the way up here. It's kind of looking like it, actually. Huh. Go figure. Well, I guess that is, where it's gonna have to be then. Let's grab some from there too. Oh, there's actually more titanium over there. Oops. Oh well. Go. And just over to cryofluid. And there's the cryofluid. Okay. So cryofluid's being made there. Technically I already have pyrotech protection all the way up there, but that's fine. Then once we finally get the thorium set up to be being sent to ground zero as well, I can finally put in the next phase of my little plan here, which I'm super excited to get up to. I made this cryofluid thing and never actually did anything with it. Oops. Okay. Okay. And there we go. Power issue solved. Let's take a look at research again. It's been a little while since I've dumped resources into things, so I'm sure there's some things I can unlock by now. Ooh, almost. Almost the impact reactor. Actually, yeah, let's, so if I can get the impact reactor set up, that'll be, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. That's all for now on that. Okay. So power setup back to, here we go. Right, no water in those. So I can do this. And this. Okay, that should be all of them. Yep, perfect. Okay. You know what? I totally forgot that I had the mass driver unlocked. I absolutely did. Alright, let's have some fun with mass drivers then. It has been a thing that I have long neglected for too long. Okay. So, mass drivers. They shoot resources from one point to another. So you can see a fairly large range, too. Select. Supply power. Actually, I'm going to need that a little closer. I thought I had pulleys on this map. I never actually built them here. Huh. Alright. That's foregoing. You know, I think we can do better. Actually, before I do that though, let's get some pulleys made. You may be thinking to yourself, animators, how are you going to get all that set up here? Such a crazy setup that you set yourself up with here. And to that, I say, unloaders. Because up to this point, you've seen me use unloaders for a couple different ways. And you may have seen a glimpse of this with the pyrite thing that I had set up here previously. But here's what I really like about unloaders. That's right. So, if you're not sure what exactly is going on here, the thing is unloaders can be set to a specific thing to unload. However, if they are not, they will unload random resources out of anything that is currently in where it's pulling from, right? So normally you wouldn't really want that because it's just going to throw a bunch of stuff that you're not actually trying to use and just clog everything up. However, this is one of those cases where it actually doesn't matter. And the reason why it doesn't matter is because it is immediately going into a structure. And as you may or may not know, when something is going into a building like this, like for example the air factory, but this applies to, you know, really anything, it will only accept what it's able to input. Now here's the catch. Because there is nothing that accepts everything, namely a conveyor, between the unloader and where it's going to, and the fact that the unloader will only it will only basically take resources one way. It will only take out resources from things like vaults, containers, stuff like that. And what I mean by that is, like, you can't use an unloader to, how do I put it? You can't use an unloader to take resources from, like, one vault to another vault, for example. It won't actually let you do that. You have to have an actual thing that takes an input next to it. And because what it's going into, immediately into, only accepts a certain set of resources, the unloader is trying to offload all resources, true. However, because the thing it is immediately adjacent to only accepts a certain amount of resources, it will automatically unload only those resources that it can actually accept in the first place. Meaning, even if, like, say the search smelter that takes 4 different kinds of resources, for example, if I were to put this search smelter here instead, even though there is only 2 unloaders here, it would actually slowly unload all 4 of the resources. As long as where it's pulling those resources from, you know, it actually has those resources in it, of course. And the benefit of this is you can put a factory right next to your core, just set a simple unloader next to it, supply some power, and as long as you have those resources in your core resources, boom, you have unit production. Very, very useful little thing to design around. Okay, minions, follow me. We have more building to do. Actually, that was pointless. There we go. Yeah, it's keeping up with it. Alright. That is what I wanted to see. So back to my earlier point though, this is why I really like the mass driver. As you can see, normally going full blast, titanium conveyor can really only handle 2 boosted laser drills going as fast as they can. They might be able to handle a little bit more, but if you look at the actual numbers, laser drill 1.92 a second, that is boosted 2.56 times. That brings that up to just generously approximating that, 2 per second. That's 2.5 times. That's going to be somewhere around 7 items a second, right? Titanium conveyor only handles 11. So really, yeah, it's really only going to handle 2. In fact, not even technically handle 2 of these going at the same time before it starts getting overloaded. However, as you can see, all of these are boosted, and this is 8 of them. Granted, not all of them are going full power here. You see a lot of these are going 2.88, 2.56. No. Hang on. I might have been misreading that this entire time. That shouldn't be. Really, this should be going a lot faster than that, actually. Weird. Well, I can only guess it's because they don't have a full thing going, but anyway. As you can see, single mass driver handling all 8 of these perfectly fine. In fact, you can see it's not even going actually full blast here. It's only getting maybe halfway, maybe about halfway-ish in terms of how much items is being accumulated before it's firing it off. So yeah, just absolutely massive amount of capacity as far as being able to send resources from one spot to another. Drawbacks, of course. The drawbacks is, of course, that It is powered. You do have to have each of these powered in order for them to function, and these need to turn if they are going to a different one. So you only really get this amount of efficiency if it's going 1-to-1 like this. Which means, say I was going to set up another one over here, I would actually need to make another one here, in addition to another one over here, so I could have this one dedicated going to here. So you kind of end up doubling up on mass drivers that way. But that being said, though, as you can see, very, very fast travel for the resources. Alright. But that is not why we're here, though. Impact reactor is now unlocked. Yay. Let's get search wall unlocked, too. Meltdown is fun. Big laser go burr. Alright. Time to complete my plan here. First off, as I was saying earlier, there's the thermal generator. Okay. Oh, I never set the launch pads in that other map to here. No wonder I'm not getting any thorium in. Okay, I'll have to fix that here in a second. Alright, so while that's doing that, let's get the thing fixed from earlier. All the launch pads are synced automatically to whichever one you set it to. So I set 1, they all should be set, there we go. Alright, that is now fixed. Why am I not getting thorium now? I had the one map set to set it here, and there's plenty of thorium being supplied. Maybe I need to wait for it to actually launch some? Odd. Very odd. Yeah, 1.5 in a minute. Oh, you can actually see the lines now where they're sending them. Nice. That is definitely a very nice additional feature. There we go. Now we have the thorium in there. Okay. So as soon as these finish building polys, we can move on to the next step. It shouldn't be too much longer now. So first thing I'm going to want to do, set up a new starting base. See, the thing is before I was limited with what resources I could actually take to the next map. That's not really the case anymore, because all of the resources that I send to here, I can set up now, use this as a relay point, so that way any map I'm now invading, I can just go in and tell this one to relay all of the resources being sent from across the sectors that I set up, to send them to here, and then send them to the map that I'm going to, essentially giving me access to a lot of the resources I have across all the sectors. That's important because that now means that I'll have the resources necessary to go into the next map with everything available and not be limited off of the resources that's in that one specific map anymore. Which means any starting base setup I have, okay, looks like it's done, perfect, is no longer really an issue anymore. Just very exciting. This is actually something I've been waiting for quite a bit. So what do I want? Well, first off, I want to be able to build polys. I mean, that's pretty much a given, right? In order to best facilitate this, however, the first thing I'm actually going to want is vaults. I want vaults because, as you can see as I select this here, all of these vaults interconnect to give more surface area. Now, surface area is of course important because that means I can use that as additional area to build things. Now there is a limit to what I can do though. Starting base can only be as big as a 15 by 15 area. And as you can see, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is already 10 across, so it does limit what I can do here a bit, but that is fine. So, first, okay. Next, I'm going to want a quick access to something to attack with. So that's going to primarily be either ground or air. And there's kind of advantages to either. The biggest one being, see, the Nova has a range of 19, but here's where it gets interesting. The third level of the dagger one is the Fortress. Much, much longer range, which makes it a good kind of artillery platform, so let's go with that. So how do I go about doing that, you might ask? Well, that is what we have these here for. So to make this properly to work with the limitations, let's actually take this vault out. Then yeah, I know, I realize it. There we go. Okay. And, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So this is as far as I can go this way. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I can go 2 more this way. Good. So all that's left now which, speaking of, this is air here, so that's fine. There we go. Okay. For the last thing, we need power. Good basic setup to start off with, and the best thing to do with that would be the RTG generator, normally. However, there's 2 problems with that namely being I don't actually have a Plasinium thing set up, which is going to be the next thing I'm going to be working on, but more specifically, going to need a better access to face fabric, which we really don't have quite yet. So, the next best thing is going to be it's really going to be a differential generator, actually. Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I can do this. But that's going to take pyrite. I don't really have a source of pyrite coming in. That'll be the next thing I'll have to do then. Which again is fine, that won't be too hard to do. Next map I do, I'll just have to make sure to set up a thing of pyrite coming in. But, it'll still need cryo fluid. That shouldn't be too hard to get a source of cryo fluid set up. It's just titanium and water. Yeah, this should work. Actually, let's get batteries set there. Okay. Alright, they are connected through that. Okay, there we go. We have our new setup. Let's name it something simple. The starter base. Alright. Okay, so that takes care of the starter base issue. Now, time to tear this all down. I know after doing so much to get that set up. But that is not going to be the purpose of this space. No. The purpose of this space is going to be primarily sending resources back out. And to do that, it's actually an achievement for upgrading this one in Ground Zero. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Actually, I just realized I messed up on that starting base. I should have been doing it with this. I forgot to upgrade it before. That's right. The smaller base actually gave me more room to actually get everything fit in, so that might actually be fine, honestly. So I can always tear that down and upgrade it as I go. Okay. So next, unloaders. Loaders all around. Let's get some more power going here first, though. Because what I'm about to do here, like I said before, I've actually done previously, and it takes a lot of power. I mean, a lot of power. Alright. Let's get this started. So previously what I did is put a bunch of mass drivers all around and then had them shooting off into other spots around here, and just have it be absolutely surrounded by launch pads. But here's the thing. After having done that, I don't think it was really necessary. Like, I don't think it was actually, how do I put it? I don't think it was actually bringing in enough resources that it was actually making use of that much throughput. Like, it was kind of overkill. So let's start with this. and we'll see how that goes. I also do not have nearly enough copper coming in. Just cancel those for right now. Yeah, let's just do it this way. That's right, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Okay. Slowly getting this set up. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's try it again. Launch pad. Power's looking fine. Destination is currently being set to itself, so that's not actually going anywhere, but that's fine because we have a nice target here, and that is the next map. Eh, let's try it. Alright, so for this though, keeping in line with huh. It almost looks like they must have changed it. Because I could have swore that before, when you highlighted it like this, like it would, yeah, like this. It would automatically mark it going from the one next to it. So that must just be a special thing for the campaign maps themselves that you can send it in from anywhere. But keeping in the spirit of the no skip challenge that I am doing, I will be doing it from the adjacent map regardless. Again, just keeping in the spirit of the challenge. Alright, so with that being said, do one last look through the research. Okay. Oh no. It's not actually... Is this still too big? It must be. So I counted it to make sure that it was exactly the size that is allowed, but... Huh, it must still be too big. Well, that's fine. Because I can easily modify that. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's do some last minute modifying. Because apparently... See, 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. See, that is exactly 15 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And that's actually one under. So, the only thing I can figure is it's not 15 by 15. That it's actually only 14 by 14 that you can have it. That's the only thing I can think of. Because the way it's treating that, of just not showing up at all, is exactly what it normally would do if you make a thing that's too big. But not to worry, that is something that is easily fixable. I will just need to set the space up here and just make some quick modifications. with that, actually. There we go. Okay, in the interest of this not taking forever. Not quite where I was expecting to be at 10 o'clock. Unfortunately, it looks like, actually, I'll get this finished and set up and ready to attack Impact 0078 the next time, but it looks like actually attacking Impact is probably going to have to wait until the next time. Getting everything set up there took a little bit longer than what I was really expecting it to, but that being said, with all of that done now, going forward is going to be much quicker, because now anytime I'm needing to get that set up again, all I need to do is just, in order to continue expanding that, all I need to do is just put up some launch pads, send it out to ground zero. Ground zero is already set up automatically to be that central relay hub for everywhere. So all I have to do is head over there, set it up to whichever map I'm attacking, and done. So that'll go much quicker with that already set up now, instead of going around like, having this base sending resources here or this base sending resources there. All of that'll be, pretty much automatically being done. Alright, so I need to undo this, because this all needs moved right one. So that's gonna have to go, that's gonna have to go, that's gonna have to go, that's gonna have to go. That's gonna have to go. And actually, this will be better if I bring this back one more. So if you're wondering, technically speaking, can you get this up to tier 4 easily? And the answer is actually yes. I'm not doing this here just to make it a little easier on this side, but if I bump this over to the left one, what you could do then is angle this down Well, I guess not actually, because the next step here would actually be one bigger than this. It doesn't really work with that well with it either, because each step after this one actually requires cryo fluid in order to run, in addition to it. So it doesn't really work quite as well with that. That being said, though, let's get this moved around. And there we go. And it didn't ask me to replace it because I did not. There we go. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. Now it's giving it the option. Okay, so all that's left now is get this set back up. Yeah, those aren't actually doing anything anyway. Alright, well, like I said, wasn't exactly as far as I was expecting it to, only having taken over these two maps this time. But with the added groundwork of everything that I did there just now, that'll make going further on much, much easier. In fact, now that I think of it, there is one last thing I do want to do before I hop off here. And that is simply this. There we go. That is simply getting a few more things set up to send the copper and lead to there, because that is two that is going to need a lot of resources being shot off to there. Do I want to do this though? is water here. Yeah. There we go. How do I not have any graphite coming in here? That's, wow. Eh. Let's see which map is this. 142. Yes. Out of oil. I swear I will never understand how it factors in the exporting. It's just saying, oh, it's just like 32 a minute for all of them. Should be going a little faster than that. That looks better. That looks better. Okay. Holy. Okay. Hello, Syphoid. Uh, any particular thing you were saying holy to? Or is that supposed to be Ola? I don't know. Overgrowth? I apologize. I am actually not at Overgrowth yet. Um, in fact, I don't actually... Yeah, here's Overgrowth. So I still need to capture a Fungal Pass, actually. Where is Fungal Pass? Oh, right next to it. Uh, yeah, that'll probably be the next thing I'm going after. After I do Impact 0078. Um, Today I just finally finished taking over Extraction Outpost, which I'm more than happy to show you this one. Correct. That is the challenge that I'm doing right now. Is that instead of going straight from map to campaign map, I have to take over. I can only attack territories that are adjacent to the ones that I already took over. Now, that is not something you normally have to do. That is just a bit of an extra challenge that I set up for myself. Um, this is it's technically my second playthrough. I never actually completed the first one, but basically I got up to the very, very last mission. I just never actually finished the very, very last mission. So, for all intents and purposes, like technology-wise, I this is my second playthrough. Uh, yeah, there was definitely some interesting moments there. Like, Frozen, Ground Zero's here. Frozen Forest. You can't take over something if you get up to, so like Tarfields wasn't unlocked. Even though I got up to it, I couldn't attack it even though I already had an adjacent base to it. So I actually had to go around. This one was locked, but it was also an enemy base, so it just basically got free hits on this one, so I had to go all the way around. Uh, so yeah, Ground Zero here, Frozen Force here, and then all the way over to the craters to over here. Um, so eradication bases typically will have the higher end turrets, especially like foreshadows. Not always. It is still a little rare to see a foreshadow even on an eradication base. By the time you get to the point of having to take out eradication bases, you should really have the fourth level, or uh, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. Fifth tier. Fifth tier ones. And there's a couple different ways. Um, First and foremost, you always want to take a look at what the enemy base setup is. Yeah, T5. Um, the reason for that is simply put, especially with the campaign missions, sometimes there is weaknesses set up in the enemy base defenses to where you can actually really, really exploit that to make a base much, much easier than what it should be. Extraction Outpost uh, I, is an example of that. Even though it's a hard mission, the core on Extraction Outpost is right here. And literally the only thing protecting it coming from this direction here is like 3 fuses, and a fuse is extremely short range to the point where you can actually take out this map with just a handful of Novas, like literally tier 1 Novas and nothing else. So sometimes it depends on just like what the defense layout is that you can really take advantage of something like that. You just have to kind of know like what, how to handle certain turrets. If I remember correctly, Overgrowth is not like that, though. Overgrowth, The defenses are, for all intents and purposes, somewhat solid-ish. However, in that particular case, you just, for that particular one, you just make a bunch of tier 1 units and just basically rush. Like, that's all you have to do. Yeah, you can definitely do that too. And I remember seeing a thing a while ago where someone was saying the tier 3 air unit, the Zenith, I believe it's called. I actually have it unlocked. Yeah, the Zenith. These hold 80, so you can actually load up a squad of these with pyrite and blast compounds, and just rush the squad of Zeniths over top of the enemy core, and it'll just nuke it instantly. And the person I was reading about was saying, like, you can do that basically every single map, like, always start to finish. Supposedly, I think they said something about trying to nerf that slightly, that wasn't really intended, but I'm not entirely sure if they ever did. But anyway, Corvus. Look up the Corvus Tier 5 unit. That one is a gigantic sniper cannon, like laser cannon. And except for foreshadows, it will outrange everything else. It makes bases pretty easy. Anyway, yep. Uh, Thanks for stopping by. I was actually going to be hopping off here soon anyway, so um, have fun with League of Legends. What was I? Oh, wait. 142. I want launch pads. I want power. That's right, that's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. Go. Then water. Water. No, that's right. I never did, there we go. Get power established. Once that is done, we can build a few of the good old launch pads, get some resources set up there, just increase the rate being sent to ground zero. Go. That takes care of power. Ground zero you go. Yeah, I'm actually about to hop off here very, very soon. Welcome, by the way, Zero. Yeah. Just getting some last-minute launch pads set up here. That way, as soon as I hop on next time, I can jump straight in. I don't... For things like this, as much as I probably should do a bunch of stuff like off stream, I don't really like doing that. I always feel like it kind of like, even if it is more like humdrum, like, you know, stuff that just, you know, kind of fills time for the most part, I always feel it kind of lessens the lessens it if, you know, it's just being skipped. Although I suppose sometimes probably rightfully so. Anyway. That is that. Let's see. I'm going to get one more set up here, and that is going to be all for tonight. Just have to think of how I want to do this. So first off, I'm going to see some distributors. Okay. Then there's junctions. There we go. Will I be going live throughout Saturday? I don't normally. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I normally stream Fridays. Although, honestly, I don't know. I might make an exception. I might end up streaming tomorrow just to finish getting all of this legwork done. Getting the extraction outpost map finished and getting the launchpad unlocked is a huge milestone in terms of getting everything set up, being able to actually have maps support other maps. So, gotcha. Yeah, eventually the plan is that I will be streaming more often. It's just not something I've been able to do quite yet. So, but alright. Yeah, I will, if you have any questions about how to play the game, by the way, feel free to ask. The only thing that's worth mentioning is there is when you start the game, actually, this is basically where I'm going to be stopping anyway, so I may as well hop in here. When you first start up the game, you're going to see two campaign planets set up, Serpulo and Eriker. Just so you know, just that way there's no confusion, technically speaking, like, the way the developer has last said is he is planning on it being that Eriker should really be the first one that you do. That being said, Serpulo is actually the first one added into the game. Eriker is actually the most recent one that was added, so you kind of take that as you will, which one you want to start off on. They are two separate planets, each with their own units, their own ways of mining things, for all intents and purposes, basically their own unique like styles that you play it. I mean, the controls are still the same, don't get me wrong, but like the main control unit you use to fly around with is different. What you can do with it is slightly different. On Serpulo, you can actually attack units. Eriker, you can only heal your own units and stuff. Just various differences like that. So, you know, do whichever one you think, you know, sounds more or looks more interesting, basically. That's the only real thing I would say. Everything else seemed pretty well, you know, as you go. Anyways, yeah, that sounds like an amazing idea. And so with that, I'm going to call it tonight. Thank you so much for sticking around. Again, apologies that I only ended up doing 2 maps here today. But I promise next week that is going to be different. starting with Impact 0078. Probably after that, I'm going to be dropping down here to take out Fungal Pass and then Overgrowth, because these two are somewhat big ones. They are, I want to say they're both enemy bases actually too. In fact, I can actually check here real quick. Fungal Pass is technically the first enemy base campaign-wise that you're really technically supposed to do. I don't think I have ever done Fungal Pass first. I've always wound up doing a different one first. Yeah, that's so Fungal Pass is an enemy base. Then I want to say Overgrowth is as well. So once I hit either of these, like I'm gonna have to basically do that at the same time. And then yeah, just gonna go from there. Most of the legwork is already done though. This should be nuclear production complex. That's gonna be the big one. Because the thing with the nuclear production complex, well, it's either this one or this one. I'm not actually sure which. But the nuclear production complex has like 4 enemy bases surrounding it that are all like either extreme or eradication level. Which, by the way, if you're not familiar with, it goes easy, medium, hard, extreme, and then eradication is the difficulty levels. As you can see throughout this playthrough, though, difficulty-wise doesn't necessarily always indicate how hard an enemy base especially is, but it's generally like the level, like what resources are going to be available, what you can expect, tech tier-wise, stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, that is it. Thank you so much for joining. If you're watching on demand, thank you for checking me out, and respectfully, have a good one.